Good morning, everybody, and welcome to WineCellars.com U.S. Women's Snooker Open of 2024. It's day 2 here, live at OXBilliards in Seattle, Washington. David Burney is in the commentary booth. We're glad that you're joining us wherever you find us, whether it be on Twitch TV, YouTube, or Facebook. Look out for Ox's Billiards, and you'll be able to find us all weekend long. Looking like a great tournament so far. Day 1 had a lot of ups and downs. And today is going to be another great day of snooker action here at this lovely facilities. Dave Daly will be in charge as the referee on our featured TV table, with our match going with Yi, last year's runner-up, all the way coming from Hong Kong, taking on America's own Molina Ortiz. And it looks like Molina has won the toss and elected to break off, and we're getting started. Sit back and enjoy, everyone. See how Anyi's feeling. Not going to take that thin cut to the corner. Just going to let the come back to bulk. We do have an active chat room on the stream, which is great for debates and any questions or comments you have. Definitely let us know where you're tuning in from. Snooker is a great global game. Appreciate the couple years ago runner-up U.S. Nationals. Ray Fong is in the chat. Raymond, good to hear you tuning in. Looking forward to seeing you again, hopefully sometime soon. Maybe at the Embassy Open at the end of this month, or back at Embassy in November for the U.S. Nationals. Anyi is dressed in the pink and gray. Her opponent, Molina, is in more of a darker color with her traditional black suit with a little greenish, a dark hunter green maybe, shirt. So, and she also wears a glove. Not many snooker players do wear a glove. Molina definitely a strong pool player here in the Pacific Northwest. Always tricky, the first match of the day, obviously, to get the wheels a running. So hopefully you can win the safety battle that usually starts a lot of these frames. Force your opponent to make a costly error and leave you a sitter so you can get in and score heavily. Oh, and he had the chance there. Let's see what Molina can do. Molina's definitely aware of the prowess of an ex-world champion that she's playing. So she's got to definitely take advantages when the opportunity presents itself. She's got to score heavily. And a good opportunity here. Oh, a golden opportunity just missed there. Just the first frame jitters. And you just see where she wants to put her cue ball, as there does look like a path to this black into the top right corner pocket. It was definitely a real treat last year. We were able to have Anyi into the booth talking about her philosophy when it comes to shot making. Obviously she's playing in a few shots ahead, but then when she's down on the shot, it's only the one shot in front of her that she's concerned with. Nice little cannon into that red to hold for the black. Big chance there missed by Anyi. Looks like she was getting the gears going. Yes, good evening, Woogie Man 007. Glad they're here back and enjoying the live action here in the Emerald City. 2024 edition of the WineCellars.com U.S. Women's Snooker Open. Dreaded double kiss. First glance, it doesn't look like it's too bad. Woogie Man, it looks like the knockout round will commence at 5 p.m. Pacific time. We're in Seattle in the Pacific Northwest, the western part of North America. So adjust your clocks correctly. I know we get a global audience in the chat room. But 5 p.m. is going to have the first round, and then Sunday we will have the semis and the finals. It's good to hear, Lawrence, that there's some support for Tessa Davidson. I believe actually she might be featured on our stream next because she'll be going against Bex Kenna. It'll be a great match. Both players at the top of their group, so they'll be battling for seeding in the knockout round. Those were finding the bottom of the pocket late yesterday for Melina, but unfortunately just maybe a few early morning cobwebs. She'll wrinkle it off. Hopefully it's not too costly of a mistake. She might have an escape route just to clip off the left of the 3 reds by the pink spot. Just got to be mindful of that 1 red in the open. Doesn't want to cannon into it. Might actually even be a little bit of a plant there. Just looking out the broadcast window over here at the actual table. Don't know if it's there. Found the right route, but unfortunately hit the horn. Looking to primely get into the bulk area for it, but white cannons into the knuckle, giving Onyee a chance. Nicely struck, very still on the shot. Definitely nice when you can get in early, get a groove, get your feeling, get your feet wet. She might have to draw this back, or there might be a slight angle to follow through and come off 2 cushions to be on the black. She's still got a pink into the left middle. Great shot there. Unfortunately, the angle of the shot was going to put her cue ball up table. Wow. Great recovery shot on that red. Body tells it all there. Just a little disappointed. Want a little bit more run through. Just to be on that red, just above the top cushion. So nice little break of 30 there by Onyee. That'll make her feel good. Definitely would have liked to win the frame at that one visit. Just going over those. That black ball is awkward cueing for Melina there. As you can see, at least Onyee can put her hand, bridge hand flush onto the table. she flick it out enough? Is there a pathway there? Her face doesn't seem to like it. Very nice effort. Would have been quite a shot if she was able to make that. And if you want to follow any of your favorite players, take a look over at snookerscores.net. It's got a list of the whole breakdown of the tournament here, where the players are in which groups, how the format is, all the rules. A great resource for any information. As our good friend Matt Hewitt is keeping that up to date as matches come to completion. Try and at least draw it back. Yeah, she's left a long road red open. This brown will go through there, through the yellow and the red. Stay up there and play around with some of these reds with bulk colors. As long as she's at the table, it does give her a chance to win the frame. I've never seen a snooker player win a frame while sitting in their chair. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there, Woogieman 007. There's a lot in the past years of these great women's event here at Ox. That these women know the shot. They don't really dilly-dally too much. They get on with the business, have confidence and go for their shot, and more often than not, they make the shot. It's a great example of, for all you up-and-coming and new players, keep your head down. When you really exaggerated that on the last shot, and the blue found the bottom of the pocket. We are in the snooker's required stage here, but when he doesn't want to give her opponent any inclination to come back to the table. Great angle there just to show you how large these tables are. So you got to be quite proficient with the rests. I think maybe only the great basketball player Manute Bol is the only one that probably wouldn't need to use a rest on these large tables, as he stood 7'7" in stature. That's a good confident booster shot, definitely for sure, from Melina. Nice long red solidly in there at the back of the pocket and dropped. Maybe she just wants to get her arm going a little bit. That's why she's not conceding just yet. Does need 3 snookers. In the round robin stage we are playing. If they're on the colors and more than 3 snookers are required, it's a concession. And as well, it's 3 putbacks on a foul and a miss. Or, I mean, 2 putbacks, 3 attempts. She's got 1. Usually in this situation you need a 4 or 5. Yeah, actually, I'm not too sure if Anyi is on the Asian Q Tour or Q School Tour. Do some digging and look online and see if we can find something, an answer for you. But yeah, she was able to be on the Pro Tour and was hungry to get back. There's also a chance of the free ball with the last red on the table. I'm surprised a little bit that she didn't maybe just try and roll that red and get it in the jaws of the pocket. Giving Melina kind of an opportunity here to get behind the black for a snooker. It's good work by Melina. This is not what Anyi wants. Yeah, it's very tough boogeyman over there in the professional ranks. As many North Americans were following Ahmad Ali, I think a 5-time U.S. national champion, 6-time U.S. national champion. I think maybe he's won 4 frames over on the professional circuit. We wish him all the best of luck, but it just goes to show you how big the talent pool is in this game and how tough it is. Should probably bury this frame. The first one going towards Anyi, and there's a great view of the room here at OXBilliards in Seattle, Washington. We're at 1432 Broadway in the Capitol Hill area. Admission is free, so come on down and enjoy the great snooker action. The action is hot. The drinks are cool. This is just our opening match of day 2 at the WineCellars.com at U.S. Women's Snooker Open. The referee's just taking a look at Melina. She gives the symbol for a concession. So Anye takes that first frame of best of 3. We'll step aside to get a word from our sponsors. And welcome back to the WineCellars.com U.S. Women's Snooker Open of 2024. Our featured match here with Anye taking the first frame. We'll see how Melina Ortiz can handle herself in the second frame. Anye had a nice little break of 30. Really got things going. But Melina's no slouch. Melina's no slouch, shall I say. Got a little cobwebs as well in my throat. We're all getting warmed up on day 2. It's the 3rd installment. It's been a great tournament over the years. We've got some new faces this year and some old faces. So great to see. She's left it there. It's not easy. If she's missed it, it could be disastrous. Because with the angle that this cue ball would come off that red near the right middle, it's going to burst into those reds below the pink. She was avoiding the cannon into all those reds, so could have been a lot worse, but he has a relatively easy opener. I think, Woogie Man, you need to ring up the WPBSA and WST to find out, yes, when is the men's version of this competition going to happen? When are we going to get a professional event in North America? There was one in Canada a few years ago, actually many years ago, but hopefully the main tour can come over here someday. Because actually on that main tour there's both men and women. It isn't really segregated to men and women. So write those letters to those governing bodies and let's get a main tour event over here. Here's a good chance for Molina. What the angle is on this black. She's a bit high on the black. She could come off the top cushion for that red that's just below the bunch of reds in the middle of the table. She's got options into the middle pockets. Red there for Anye. Capitalize on those opportunities. Good morning to Vineet Desani up there in the lower mainland area of British Columbia. Vineet, who's heavily involved in the snooker scene up there. Actually, I think he was touted to come down here to do some reffing abilities, but unfortunately some things happen. But we're great that you're tuning in, Vineet. You know, it's a bit of a travel to come down. And he's got two youngsters that are really keen on the game, so look out for the Desani name. Yeah, it's a difficult green. Has some distance to travel. Let's open the door a little bit. There are open reds. Colors are available. Molina's got to take this opportunity. And hello there. Handmade by Joy 2020. Glad that you're tuning in from on the other side of the pond. Interesting rest that Molina has. That looks almost like maybe something that she travels with, actually not using some of the house rests.
Yeah, Molina is a local pool hero, and so she's just more familiar with the Moosehead rest than the snooker rest.
Thank you, Mike.
Interesting, right? Yeah, no, she's a very accomplished pool player around here. This is her first tournament in snooker, and she enjoys the game, loves it actually, and wishes there was more snooker down in her part of the world in Beaverton, Oregon, where she plays at Legends Billiards.
Thank you, Mike Dominguez, for chiming in. He is the owner, operator, orchestrator, magician, snooker aficionado here in the Seattle area. Can't say enough of kind words about what he's done for this great game up here in Seattle, where it seemed like snooker was a ghost town almost, and he's really brought the scene and created quite a tidal wave of it in America, whereas they're seeing a good growth of the game. Up in Canada, it's kind of regrowing, so it's always great to see, and I think having these live stream events really helps people get inspired. It's just interesting, the great Canadian player Fern Loyer, he travels with his own rest, so that's why I was just wondering if maybe Molina is of like mind, but as Mike accurately put it, she's more used to the pool game and using to that Moosehead rest. I've never heard it called a Moosehead. It's a nice Canadian team. I appreciate that, Mike.
Close enough.
This definitely looks like a great opportunity here for Anyita. Build a commanding lead, maybe even take the frame. Just got to be mindful of that red. As even a fiber of your clothes touches a ball, it is a foul, and we've got the great Dave Daly as the policeman at the table, making sure everyone follows the rules. Dave, who recently was the guest on the Snooker Scene podcast with Dave Hendon. A great listen. Dave Daly gave us some great insight of what's going on in Seattle and in America. And, you know, they're definitely on the other side of the pond where, you know, it definitely is very Britain-centric, this game. Very popular there. It's been around for years. But we're seeing more and more growth in different communities. I was fortunate enough to go down to Rio de Janeiro last October for the PAPSA Open and Senior Championship, and I enjoyed my time thoroughly, and it's a great family community dynamic down there in Rio, or in Brazil, I should say, alone, as they do have the World Seniors champion, Igor Figueiredo, got that title. Actually battled Tessa Davidson in that tournament. And she gave him a little run for his money. And we will be seeing Tessa battle Bex Kenna at about 1 p.m. after this match. So that should be very exciting. Table's almost set up like Our good friend Mr. Stephen Hendry and his Q-Tips Tough Table Challenge. A lot of tough reds on the table. Molina just has got to take it one step at a time. Trailing by 32 points, but plenty of points to get her back into this frame and force us into the decider. That's what she's hoping for. This is going to be a clever shot here. Oh, nice try. Looks like she had the angle to cut that red, and then that red would hit the adjacent red and force the angle to go into the middle. I thought it was going to happen, but unfortunately it went for the worse. It's leaving an easy opener for Onyee. Oh, look at this, only one red in the open and 4 reds on the cushion. She's going to get out to get all the tools in the toolbox here. Bring out the redwoods, the long sticks. Nice there, red there by Onyee. Got a good angle. Come off this black and disturb the red that's near the left middle. Very nicely done. It's developed that and is on the red by the yellow spot. A little shot into our booth, as I can say. Great minds think alike, as you might notice that Onyee and I share the same dress code. We did not plan that, just kind of happens. A chance to bury the frame there, but just couldn't do it. 41 points and 59 on the table. Red's in tough positions. Brown is relatively safe. It's an uphill battle for the American. I don't think the blue has come to her rescue there. That's been a great effort by Molina. I think she just needed to capitalize a few on some uncharacteristic Onyee mistakes. One thing about this game is, you'll take your licks, and when you lose, it just builds you up much more better to teach you how to win. Trying to develop that red by the right middle. So Yi definitely on the doorstep of taking a commanding 2-frame-to-nothing victory. Should probably assure her spot as a high-seeded player in the knockout phase. For all the updates, you can look at snookerscores.net to find updated results there and the breakdown of the group stage. We have 3 groups. The top 2 from each group will be moving on, and then the top of the 3rd place teams or group players will. So a little concession there by Molina, and Yi takes that one 2 frames to none. A very successful victory there. Good one at the beginning of the day. We're going to step aside for a few moments. We'll be back with a great matchup between Tessa Davidson and Bex Kenna. It's the WineCellars.com U.S. Women's Snooker Open of 2024. We're here at OXBilliards in Seattle, Washington, 1432 Broadway. Admission is free. Come on down and say hello. It's David Burney saying we'll see you in a few. Take care. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the WineCellars.com U.S. Women's Snooker Open of 2024. Both players have come to the table, Tessa Davidson and Rebecca Kenna. It's going to be a great match here. Final for the both of them in the round robin phase. Both looking promising to move out into the knockout round. But the big match here will decide seeding where they're going to be in the knockout. So we're just going to be starting very shortly. Referee Dave Daly will be in charge of the table, and David Burney's in the booth giving you blow-by-blow action wherever you're tuning in, wherever you're finding us. It's on Twitch TV, Facebook, or YouTube. Search out OXBilliards and you'll find us. We've got a great active chat room, looking at some great comments in there, some people putting out their support for either player. Definitely, if you have any questions or concerns, feel free to let us know. And any debates that you want to talk about, it's a free form there, but keep it civil. We're all polite people around here, and we're just here because we love the game of snooker. So I think just Referee Daly is just giving the final instructions to the players, and looks like our good friend Matt Hewitt right there with the women's scene is going to step in and take some photos. The man that is usually behind the camera. We'll get a little quick glimpse of his great camera work that he provides throughout all these women's tournaments. And handshakes all around, and we are underway with frame one of this best of three round robin match. Tessa Davidson set to break off. back in the early 90s, Tessa did have a stint on the main tour. Great to see. And Bex, has been around the game for a few years. She's definitely proven her place, both in the women's and the main tour. Kind of almost the hometown gal here, shall we say, as she's got some sponsorship from OXBilliards. They provide the necessary monies that she needs to participate in a lot of these tournaments. This one's kind of tough to tell. There might be maybe just a slight advantage to Tessa just because she's been around the game for quite a while, but we'll find out in a few hours' time to see who is going to take this match. It's the first match of the day for both players, so just engaging themselves in a safety battle, kind of wanting to force their opponent to make the mistake to get an easy starter. Because both these players have the ability, if they can get in, they can score quite heavily. Well, happy wonder question in a few hours' time. You never know. That's what's interesting about this game of snooker. Some frames can go rather quickly. Sometimes they can get really tied up if a colored ball goes over a pocket and reds block it. So the unpredictability of this game is what draws us in all the time. Hopefully all our friends over at Fast Eddie's in the UK are tuned into this. Remember in our previous TV match, they were all getting geared to put their support to their favorite, Tessa Davidson. So glad you're tuning in across the pond as it's getting into the Saturday evening, as we're just past midday in the Pacific Northwest. We're in the evergreen state of Washington. Seattle is the city we're in at this great venue, OXBilliards. Definitely a place to circle on the map if you're ever out here and you're a fan of Q Sports. They've got all the facets here. Snooker, which we're watching this weekend. They also have great 8-balls, and they have a Chinese 8-ball table. Good long, confident red. This angle on this pink into the left middle is going to shoot her up table, and it's got to negotiate that red against the cushion, just making queuing that much more difficult. Looks like maybe she's lining up for the yellow pocket. A little bit more distance. We'll put her nicely onto a red. Switching up her mind there. It's early, but she doesn't want to give Tessa any easy chance. Great long red there by Bex. Looks like she could be onto this black into the top right corner. There's quite the angle on it. She'd be using the rest for that black. Very close to the in off, but unfortunately not a desirable red, so. There might be a gap for this long red just by the top right corner. Oh, there's always a gap, and didn't even need to use any part of the jaw there. Went straight in. Bex is queuing quite nicely to start this match. It's got a pink. Like sometime to get that red away from the black, just free it up a little bit. Definitely thought about it. So that's opened up the black quite nicely. Some open reds. Great opportunity for Bex. Just needs to keep her focus, not get ahead of the game too much. She's on the shot, just take it one shot at a time. When that black finds the bottom of the pocket, regroup and create another plan for a few shots ahead. Just eyeing that red that she's close to. Just like a nasty fly, it's just becoming a nuisance to her. I'd like to run a bit more. It's a bit low on this red. Unfortunately enough, she does have pink and blue up in the middle part of the table. Gonna have to put together a nice shot here to go in and out of bulk off the pink. Come back down for another red. Just a handful of apologize, flicked off that brown, and she's nicely on this open red to the right of the pack. Really nice to see. She's stroking with confidence, that's for sure. Yeah, just tough from my vantage point just to see what goes and what doesn't go. Obviously the loose red looks like she's lining up for to the right of the bunch, but this is tricky. Almost there, so close. That would have been a great shot to continue the break going. Now she got a little break here. Are those reds blocking the path? I don't think so. Let's see how Tessa responds to that 42 break from her opponent, or 41 I should say. Got to be mindfully and off. Oh, very close. But needed a bit more pace. Tricky shot, right idea. Just wasn't successful with it. He wanted to push her cue ball up tables. Left an open red for Tessa. And with these caliber of players, they're not going to miss much. So you give them an inch, these players are definitely going to take a yard. Definitely she'd like to get that. Well, it looks like the black would go back on the pink spot now. That blue really spoiled that red. So, and the break for Tessa, but she's slowly coming back. See how Tessa's long potting game is here. Nice long pot. Unfortunately, there's two sides to every shot. Get your desired ball into the bottom of the pocket and then get shape on a colored ball. And it's tricky for her right now. Might be able to sneak behind the brown off the green. Just gonna. Nicely done. I think there's a gap for Bex. Maybe just hit off the right side of this red. That's to the right of the blue. Could come off a couple cushions and hopefully avoid that red that's just right of the pink spot. It's a nice response. Yeah, Rebecca Kenna, a 42-15 lead in this first frame. Round robin match. Pulled up just enough, I think. That black is blocking the path for that red into the right middle. That yellow is in a dangerous spot, that's for sure. If someone can take advantage of that and lay a snooker behind it, they'll be in good form. As in the round robin stage, it is 3 attempts on foul and misses, and as well when we get to the colors, if more than 3 snookers are required, it's a concession. So Beck's trying for that yellow. Unsuccessful here. Oh, Miss Jamie Hunter. You're making me blush as much as a red ball on the table. One of the favorite boys. Well, I miss you very much, Jamie. It's too bad you couldn't make it this year. The inaugural champion of this U.S. Open in the chat. So if anybody wants to talk to Jamie about some of her experiences over here in Seattle, we do miss you. But hey, there's always next year. Because there'll always be the first, Jamie. There'll probably be many, many champions of this great tournament. But in the history books, everyone will remember who won it the first time. Last year's champion Mink still in the mix. Obviously, these two players that we're watching right here could be favorites to hoist the trophy on Sunday night. Beck's just needing a little extra help here, reaching for the mini butt. All the players now have all the different tools in their case, whether it's a mini butt or telescopic extension. They are the big tables, these 6x12s. Tricky red for Bex, but she might be comed out all right on that. As much of that red is close to the top left corner pocket. I don't think Tessa really has a easy path to it. Have to do a little pinball shot here. Could be costly for Tessa. So often than not we see when there's those plant shots where there's a lot of space between two reds. Most of the time when they miss, one of those reds is going to be just in the throws of the pocket for an easy starter for your opponent. Good angle on the green to come back down for this loose red by the pink. So Beck's kind of in the driver's seat in this first frame. Very nicely done. So 45-point advantage for Beck's with 43 on the table. So Tessa does need a snooker. It's not the hardest table right now to get it. See how crafty Tessa can be. Ooh. Dreaded double kisses. As I always say, double kisses are only good in France, not on a snooker table. See if Bex can punish Tessa for that mistake. Tessa got let off there. It's a good opportunity for Bex really to seal this frame. She wants to get it done and dusted sooner than later, but Tessa would like to prolong this. There's another double kiss. Kind of maybe go for the gusto here, as that other red is really safe on the right side cushion. She can taste that first frame victory. It's just right on the tip of her lips and just can't sink her teeth into it. Bex wants to get this done sooner than later. It's just with the pink and the brown and the yellow up in that area, starting to look like a really nice spot to run and hide behind. She might do off 2 cushions here. Look at this. Look at this. What a shot there by Bex. Fantastically played. Just when she may have been worried about getting a snooker at the hands of Tessa, she comes back and puts one of her own. So we are in the snooker's required stage. The cue ball will not go back, as there's 45 points in the frame and 43 on the table. Very nice hit there by Tessa. She's got an alright cue ball, that's for sure. It's one thing hitting the red ball when you're snookered, but you don't want to leave an easy starter. It's a little tough for Bex up against that cushion. Have no fear, Kenna is here. A little shot to nothing almost there. Played the blue in a fashion that she's going to get up in that safe area up there. Very nicely to put the pink safe. So it's definitely an uphill battle for Tessa in this first frame. It is a best of 3. It's always get good in these quick little matches to get the first frame on board. You don't want to have your back against it and have to win that second frame to force a decider. I should put the yellow safe as well. Wanted to get right behind it. There's another open here for Bex. Don't think Tessa will be coming back to the table. Don't know if she can in the more than 3 snookers and a concession is needed, as the difference is right now 51 and there's 27 on the table. That's a nod from Tessa. So she concedes. That first frame goes to Bex Kenna, and we'll step aside for a word from our sponsors at winesellers.com and come back for frame 2. And welcome back, everybody, to the WineCellars.com U.S. Women's Snooker Open of 2024. Referee Dave Daly has set everything up, and we got Bex Canada break off to start frame 2. Can she do the whitewash, or will Tessa Davidson force us into a decider? Only time will tell, but we're glad that you're tuning in wherever you're finding us, whether it's on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch TV. Look at the OXBilliards page, and you'll find us. Great chat room with lots of friends of the broadcast in there. It's David Burney in the booth. Nice to hear from you all. And our good friend Stephen Wong is in the chat. How you doing, Stephen? He's gearing up for a big championship down at his club at the end of the month, the Embassy Open. It's nice that we do have the inaugural champ, Jamie Hunter, in the chat. But you know, we'd love to see Jamie here, and I know she'd love to be here too. Good to hear from you as well, Darcy Michael. Darcy does a lot of wonderful things for the great game of snooker up in Manitoba in Canada. Really runs a lot of great events. Hear always great words of what he's doing up there. Haven't made it out there yet, Darcy, but hopefully I can see you sometime in person soon enough. But keep on the good fight, because it's kind of the kickoff of the season for the women, and also for a lot of events in North America in snooker, because snooker's more really an indoor sport, obviously. And when we come to the summer months here, we usually are starved of beautiful weather, so most people stay outside. So getting into the autumn season is when people hunker down and remember that great game of snooker and pick up the cue and get going. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there, Jamie. The first one, I must admit, not to toot my own horn, but I had the great pleasure of competing in the Media World Championship in Sheffield this past year. And first match was against our good friend Shabana, who does a great frame podcast. Surprised she's not over here in this event. She's a strong woman player. I remember playing her, and we had a slug match, but I finally was victorious. And it just, once you get that first match win, you get a little bit of confidence, and it fared for me quite well. I had a good fun with those tournaments, and all great guys in the press room and gals. I didn't want to cannon into that brown. It's opened up a good opportunity here for Tessa. Very nicely done. So very, very tricky shots. You know, if you don't hit enough pace, you come up short, and then you've covered and created a free ball scenario, or get your opponent to shoot again. Big target here. These reds clustered together made kind of one big red that Bex hopefully could just roll into. a lot of time in the tournaments that are held here at Ox is these tables are in pristine condition, and a lot of time players have a tough time adapting to the conditions because most clubs aren't really fitted with these top-notch conditions. But definitely looking at this match, Bex and Tessa have adopted quite nicely. Definition of a good player. They adapt to any situation they're in, whether it's a skating rink or the long rough at St. Andrews. They'll plow through and do what needs to be done to win the frame and match. Very nice pot. With this blind cut on the black, it's going to have a tough time controlling the cue ball. She might be able to put a little bit of bottom on it to decrease the angle and get into the reds. It doesn't look like where she's cueing. It looks like she's just making sure the black. She's at the table, so she's in control. Definitely, if you need any updates on any scores, see where your favorite player is, check out Snooker Scene, snookerscores.net, and locate the WineCellars.com US Women's Snooker Open of 2024. Find the group stage standings, high breaks. I believe that Mink had a high break of 64 yesterday. I'll have to check back to you to see what the high break of the tournament is so far. I did hear yesterday before I arrived that Mink was not Mink, Anye, last year's runner-up, was looking very promising to a 147 and just missed it. Missed the red by a millimeter. So exciting stuff here. It's day 2. We're at the halfway point, moving day. As the round robin will conclude in a few hours' time, and we'll have our first round of the knockout tonight at 5 p.m. Pacific time. So set your clocks. Thank you, Woogie Man 007. Crack statistician out there reporting that Anye had a 78 break. Much appreciated. Always a great community we have on the chat. Everyone's here to help each other and have a great experience. We're always happy that you're tuning in. I think the angle's there for that red into the left middle. Looks like it's going to get a nice bounce to. Yeah, she's okay on that pink. Thought it might just have ran a bit too much, but pulled up. And the trouble part is that pink is going to go black on its spot. Really make a nuisance of some of those reds. Nice red. Get a nice. She goes straight on this green. She'd love a little bit of angle on that green to force her to come back down the table. Blue is a long pot, and with a nuisance with that yellow in the way. Well, with that brown not on its spot, the pathway to go in and out of bulk is a little easier for Bex off this blue. Wonderful shot. That's true. I think snooker, is a slow burn. I'm not actually really finding a problem with the pace that I've seen so far in this tournament. There have been some tournaments that I've been involved in, and you'd think the players were playing for their livelihood and all the riches in Persia, but as I said before in the previous match, a lot of these women players, they kind of know the shot. They'll take a look at a few maybe options, but when they get down to it, they'll be ready to knock in their ball or play the telling safety. I think it just goes to show you on the main tour just how proficient they are. Well, Nikki, when I see Bex, I'll make sure that I'll let her know that you're all cheering and rooting for her. Ooh, little raise of the hand there. Big let out of breath. That could have gone wrong there. That white ball definitely danced around the middle pocket and almost dropped in. It's a game of high skill for sure, but sometimes you get a little bit lucky here and there. She's just getting referee Daly in the right position there, just to make sure she doesn't touch the ball. Even part of her hair, if it was to come down, would be a foul. As there's a player on the main tour, he might have fallen off, but Rory McLeod actually was penalized for a beard foul. He's got quite a long, straggly beard, a la ZZ Top, and he was charged with the foul. So I don't think Bex ever really just got comfortable with that shot. Just the annoyance of the red. Was going for a regular cue length and had to get the mini butt, then decided for the rest. but still has a nice 37-2 lead in the second frame. I don't know how many people actually are aware that when we talk about time in the chat and slow players and fast players, that time wasting actually is a penalty, and it's not a 4-point foul, it's an actual frame. Obviously it is a judgment call on the referee, and I'm pretty sure if one of these players were playing slow that there would be a warning by referee Daly. Hello there, Mark Williams, but not that one. Good to hear that you're tuning in. It's nice to meet you in Sheffield this year, Mark. Hope you've been keeping well. Great that you're tuning in all the way from Scotland. This is a little bit annoying here for Bex. Queuing over the yellow. Kind of queuing down on it. So always a threat of if you don't hit right on the sweet spot, you might put some unwanted side. Not her worst shot in the world. Could be Casa here for Bex. Let's see what Tessa can take of this advantage. Just a little annoyance with that blue. Just creeps into your mind ever so slightly. I'd like that to run a little bit more. She does have the red on by the black. Always difficult when you're going from one side of the table to the other. Well, not a disastrous miss. She hasn't left an easy starter for Bex. Well, Phil, thanks for the kind words about the commentary. I do try to let the play, the pitchers speak the words. This is nice with the chat. I'm able to answer most questions from the viewers because we do get some people that are very new to the game. Some don't know the philosophy of it. So if there are any questions, feel free to fire them our direction. It won't be too bad if she was a left-hander. So resort to the rest here, as this is a right-handed player. Nice rest shot. Looks like she's got a potentially good angle on this pink. It's going to naturally go up the table, give her a better angle on this red that's on the right side of the table. It's unfortunate, Philip, that you've got a little injury. Hopefully you can overcome that and get back onto the base. Woogieman 007 wants to know what my highest break. It is a -7. No, kidding aside, that's impressive actually. Woogieman is 68. My high break is only at 47. Kind of faltered a little bit. But I do find I've kind of, I do enjoy playing recreationally, but I create a lot of events with some great people up in Vancouver area in Canada. So I'm finding sometimes I'm just kind of more behind the scenes, so I don't have a lot of time to put in the practice. So I think if someone else was kind of running it and I was able to compete in some of the tournaments, because it's very tough to compete and run a tournament at the same time. I found out that the hard way in my early days of tournament direction. So maybe someday we'll get more of a team and we'll allow some of us behind the scenes to get involved in the tournaments and play. And when you have something to play for, you really dig in with the practice, put in the hours, and hopefully I could overcome that 47 break. Maybe I can add a 1 to that 47 break. That would be a nice little treat. The good old parachute shot. Just gonna swerve around this green. Oh, what a shot that was. Let's raise a hand for a fluke, but fantastically played there by Tessa. It's getting down to it, as we say. A lot of these matches we watch come down to the colors. I think it's a really good mantra to have if you're playing these matches. Just get me to the colors. Give me a chance when we're on the colors. Bex does not want to see this go to decider, because all the momentum will be riding on Tessa's shoulders. Momentum's so key in sports. It's a little too thin. But give Bex a shot. David Rowe, I'm just not sure exactly who is going to be on our stream table for the last round robin match. That's a great snooker there by Tessa. Anya was playing earlier today against Molina Ortiz of America. I think once the tournament does come to a conclusion in the following weeks, the great team at OXBilliards will be editing the matches together and putting them up as individual matches on their YouTube page. So definitely you can always go back and look at that. And that's where the side did go wrong. So Tessa making a great shot using the side to get around the green. Bex tried there around the yellow, but unfortunately it's less than easy open here for Tessa. Didn't want to cannon into that green. That's a little unfortunate there for Tessa. Yeah, it looks like there's maybe just a little bit of angle. More and more like this brown is going to be really important. She's going to have to go up and down the table here. There is a pathway for it. Big shot here for Bex. She wants to take this frame and match. She hasn't got the pot on, but she's at the table, so she can. She has control. What Tessa's going to have to deal with on her next shot. Wonder if she might try coming cushion first. Shooting that brown down the table. Okay. Nicely done to push the pink a little closer to the side rail. A ball that Tessa will need. It's looking like a scary place there with the black and blue getting close together. Good target area to snooker. Great shot there by Bex, acknowledged by a tap on the table. Great etiquette with all these players, really. They'll acknowledge when a player makes a good shot. Uh-oh, could be a big one. Yeah, 6 points. And the brown is out there. She's gonna put her back. So this is where referee Daly makes his paycheck. Just a little surprised on that decision by Bex. I think the brown was, it had some distance for the pot, but you know, you come back in the same position. You've got Tessa. She's already got the mental brain power of the last one, and comes successfully there to make a great contact. But a 14-point advantage, 22 on the table. Beck's kind of in the driver's seat. You know, blue and pink are close to cushions, although blue doesn't look too bad to go into the either top corner, but it will be a tricky shot. And pink is rather safe on that side. Great brown there by Tessa, but definitely it was going to be tough to hold for the blue. I think she's actually, in fact, snookered herself. A lot of wheels were turning there. Slowly kind of walks back to her chair, knowing that there's a chance. It's a thin cut on this blue for Bex. Great pot there. Wow. And that's put us into the Snooker's required stage. Tessa just needs one, and you know, black is a little off the cushion, so we're not done just yet. Definitely Bex is in the driver's seat. It's great to see Tessa back. She had a very strong career when she was young. And it took quite an absence from the game. Decided to raise a couple children. Very good on her. We appreciate that. But it's great that she's back to the base and playing well. She's got the snooker there, but that was a nice shot there. Very clever, very creative. I like it. Let's see where she was going to go there. It's going to be tough. X should be able to get out of this. Oh. No. She doesn't. Fortunate enough, I think it's going to be a free ball. I believe that's been awarded by referee Daly. obviously in the free ball situation, you can't use your free ball to snooker your opponent except when we're down to the pink and black. But Tessa allowing her opponent back in. She's made good contact, but she's left the pink out in the open. Wow, what a miss. Thought that certainly was going to go in for Tessa. Maybe just a little nerves. It's always tough when you have to make the shot. Once a frame is done and dusted, and you'll see players knocking it off the lampshades as those pockets become the size of buckets. That's a great pink there. Seals the deal for Bex. Handshakes all around. Bex has got to be real happy with that victory. What an exciting finish. I agree, Mark Williams. So we're going to step aside for about an hour's time. Our next match is going to be scheduled for 3 p.m. Pacific time. So definitely set your clocks, set your alarms. I'm just not sure exactly who is going to be in that match, but it's going to be a great one to close out our round robin phase of this great tournament. It's the WineCellars.com US Women's Snooker Open of 2024. It's David Burney saying thank you for all your viewership. We're going to keep the stream running, but I'm going to step aside for a cold drink, and then we'll be back in about 50 minutes with another match. Thanks again, everybody. We'll talk to you soon. Take care. And welcome everybody back to the WineCellars.com U.S. Women's Snooker Open of 2024. We're here at OXBilliards in Seattle, Washington. This is our final round robin televised match facing the defending champion Mink against Naratoya Barazan. If I'm pronouncing that correctly.
You did that great.
Well, thank you. And that lovely voice in the booth with me is Molina Ortiz, who's going to be joining for some color commentating. So Nara is going to be set to breaking off, and we're going to get underway. So how you doing today, Molina?
I'm doing
Great, great. And how was your experience here at the tournament?
fine. It was much better than I expected. It was fantastic. The players are amazing. The venue is amazing. Yeah, enjoying playing snooker for the first time.
Because I hear that you're predominantly a pool player.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I've been playing pool actually since 1999 in New York City.
Great.
Started.
Did you know much about snooker before you played in this tournament?
I touched the tables for on and off, but never actually played it in a competition like this, so this is the first time doing so. But yeah, I got to know the rules, and I got to know the game today too. I played number 2, and she was amazing. And I think we have number 1 right now playing, right?
We do. We have the defending champion, number 1 ranked, Mink.
Yes. From Thailand.
Yeah, I was quite impressed. I was, commentating on a few of your matches, impressed that you were picking up the game quite well. Like, you think a lot of times when pool players come into the game, they're going to try and pot everything, but you knew to kind of take your medicine and lay a snooker on your opponent.
Yeah, I actually did a little research on the game, how to play it, watch videos, and I have some friends from the UK that was teaching me how to do the game, not to go for many things as you do in pool. Yeah, I'm a little aggressive in pool. I like to go for my shots quite a lot. So yeah, I had to take it easy in this game, especially in the long shots. Yeah.
And are you from around this area, in Seattle area, or?
I was born in Mexico, migrated to New York City, where I spent most of my life, and right now since 2017 in Portland, Oregon.
Okay, great.
Yes, that's my home right now.
How is the snooker scene in Portland?
We have quite a few venues who have snooker tables. That's what I practice usually, Legends, which I'm sponsored by Legends.
Mhm.
And thanks, Michelle. Yeah, shout out to my sponsor venue in Beaverton. And yeah, I get to play there quite a lot. They have one snooker table, so I get the privilege to practice in there. There's not many venues who have them around Portland. So.
Mink has put in a nice break here. It's David Burney in the booth. I'm joined by Molina Ortiz, who has played in the tournament. So if you do have any questions for Molina, feel free to write it through in the chat. It's her first time playing in this championship, but I'm pretty sure she's going to be back, right?
I hope so, yes.
Great
Those
to
are the
hear.
plans. We're talking about China. So it's going to be next year. I got a whole year to practice.
Fantastic.
Good. All right, so well, thank you.
You can stick around for a while.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, you want me here?
Oh,
Okay.
definitely. I think everyone is enjoying having your perspective in here.
Thank you. She's in a great run.
Mm-hmm. How do you find the conditions here at Ox?
This is the most amazing venue we have in the Pacific Northwest, I would like to say. Mike, the owner, keeps this place in pristine conditions. The pool tables are amazing. Their equipment is amazing, and as you can see, the snooker tables are like pristine. You know, it's the best around. Mike does a great job. I would like to say the best venue in the Pacific Northwest. And my home in Pifferton, of course.
And the team with World Women's Snooker, they've been accommodating to you, and you know.
They were really nice, all of them. I got to meet all of them, and they were amazing. I played a girl from I played number 2.
Anye?
Yes.
Hmm.
She plays amazing. I mean, I got my medicine, you know.
You're picking up the terms quite nicely.
She was pretty fantastic. And I was with a lady from India, and she was really sweet.
Well, Sea Husky in the chat room is asking, what type of pool do you play?
I play in pool. I play everything. I play 8-ball, 9-ball, 10-ball. I play one pocket. I pick up one pocket and I love the game. A little bit of a straight pool, but mostly 9-ball and 10-ball nowadays and one pocket. Yes. We have some really good one pocket players around.
Hmm. And one pocket, that's just where you pick up pockets on the table, and that's where you can pot your balls?
Yeah, in one pocket, you choose the bottom. You only play the bottom 2 pockets. Everything is going to one pocket. The break is a little different. You gotta break soft to kind of protect your pocket, or pushing balls to your pocket. Play the cue of safety so your opponent doesn't have anything to his pocket. So it's one pocket is yours and the other pocket is him, and it's usually the bottom 2. It's the bottom 2 pockets. It's a fantastic defensive game and a lot of banking. So it quite shows you cue ball control when you play the game.
So probably one pocket is a good game to play in preparation for snooker.
Yes, it's very defensive game too. One of my idols, I think, is one of the best one pocket players in the world, Francisco Bustamante. So. But
Mink's doing the job here, that's for sure.
she has missed already?
She did break down, so she started up a new break.
Okay.
Had a great red to start this one.
She's going to the side. Great pot.
It's quite amazing. On a side note, last year
Yes.
when this tournament was going on, we had a little break on Championship Sunday, and we all went out for some Thai food for lunch and brought along Mink. And it was amazing to once see the waitress was like, wait a minute, you look a little bit familiar. And then the waitress went back, got all the cooks and everyone from the restaurant. They realized it was Mink, one of their local favorites. So that was fun to see. They all got in photos, and Mink's just such a delight, great ambassador for the game. You know, take time for everybody.
Yeah, I got my picture with her the first time. As soon as I saw her, I wanted to meet her and introduce myself to her. Really sweet girl. I think I talked to her and she said she started playing at 11, like 10 years
Mhm.
old. Her fundamentals, the way she struck is great. Her potting is so crisp and
Yeah, it really has a very deliberate pause in that backswing. Really settles the nerve, and we do talk about her sweetness, but she's pretty ruthless on the table.
and that is nice, you know. You need that in the table. You don't want anybody to take it easy on you, otherwise you don't learn. So, oh, ankle has to be strictly on this. Yes.
Yeah, you'll notice a
Yeah.
lot with all these players, fierce competitors, not wanting to give an inch on the table.
Yes.
But then when the match is done, laughter, handshakes, just a great environment.
Sometimes I think about me like when I'm playing pool because I have this like face, but no, it's just when I'm playing. I think she has a good opportunity right here to make quite a run again. It's in the corner going for pink, black. Yes, going for the pink.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You notice a lot of these top players, they want to get that black ball back on the spot.
Okay.
Richard P., yes, it is David Burney in the booth. I am doing quite well, and I did come to Sheffield, and I did take some photos this year. I put a few of them up on my Facebook page. Yeah, hopefully, too bad we didn't connect, but I'll definitely be there again next year. You can always send me a private message, and hopefully there's somewhere in Sheffield. Have you been to Sheffield, Molina, the home of snooker?
No.
Oh, we
No.
got to get you over there.
No. No, I haven't.
So being new to the game of snooker, is there something you really enjoy about this game?
The game alone is fantastic. It's so much a strategy. It's I really enjoy playing this game. I think I'm gonna practice quite a lot to get better. I would like to learn a lot more of it. It's a fantastic game. I love the strategy.
Hmm. And what do you find the toughest part about this game?
Putting. Switching for the pockets it's different the way you aim to the pockets in pool, the way you aim over here, of course, because they're rounded.
Mm-hmm.
So I gotta pay attention to the round. They won't go in.
Nara is getting this frame handed to her. Mink is definitely showing some great championship form here.
Yes. Curly in 17 round right now. Oh,
Just out of position there, but a 71-point lead and 65 on the table. So Nara needs a couple of snookers to get back into this frame.
yeah. I think she underhit it or overhit it because she had one red to this corner, to the bottom right. Both.
And you said you came to America when you were 10 years old, is that correct?
Very young.
Very young.
Yes.
So were you involved in any cue sports back in Mexico when you were growing up?
No.
Okay.
I knew pool over here actually in New York. I started very late at 27.
Okay.
So it's quite late for a pool player to start. In any sport. You know. In any sport.
Better late than never.
And now I get a snooker at this age of my life, so it's awesome, you know.
Great.
It's always good to learn something different. So.
So I wonder if is snooker pretty big in Mexico?
Not that I don't think so.
No.
No. It's more of a three cushion country.
Okay.
Yes. Though they have a tournament in not lately in Culiacan, I think they had an open. A lot of top pros were there.
Okay.
In a 9-ball tournament, so but it's well known for three cushion billiards. saw her putting those quite a lot.
Kind of nice, a two-way shot, almost a shot to nothing. You know, with the angle that she was going to take it, she could come in and out of the top end of the table and return to bulk. I think Nara just wants to maybe get a few balls in, just feel like she's getting her back arm loose.
She needs to get a couple snookers and putting some balls because it's running out of reds. She's just too precise and I am very nervous doing this.
You're doing a fantastic job, Marlena. Everyone is
Very
loving you in the
nervous.
stream. It's a great voice.
Very nervous doing this. And at this point, nice putt. Again, she's doing a little run. 17 again. Let's see how many she puts up.
So the first U.S. Open champion, Jamie Hunter, is reaching out to you, Melina. She supposedly did text you, but she doesn't know if she's heard anything from you. But
I
she's
did text her back.
okay.
Hi, Jamie. I did text her back today. Maybe the UK and America texting, but I sent her also my email. So, what did she say?
Yeah, she's just saying, just pretend there's no mic and we're just having a little chit chat.
That is never pretending, Jamie. It's always a mic and people watching.
Russell Jones is very happy with your story, says you're doing great. So, but Jamie didn't get that text. Maybe we'll have to try again.
Absolutely.
Mink
And-
Nutcherat took that first frame quite convincingly. I think we're just going to step aside for just a word from our sponsors, but we'll be back with frame 2.
And
Take care, everybody.
nice to be here. Bye.
And we're back with frame 2 with Mink Nutcherat set to break off. Yeah, great to have a guest in the booth, hearing a little bit about their story. You know, Melina had never done that before, but she sounded like a seasoned pro. She's like most of the players. They like to do talking with their cue. This Mink was definitely showing us very powerful, quick little first frame. Less than 20 minutes, less than 15. Let's see if Naratoya can respond. The Mongolian player. Quite a diverse of nationalities in this tournament. Great to see. A Thai player going against a Mongolese. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but a lovely woman from Mongolia has traveled over to play. Mink was aggressive there. Long miss. Naratoya has an opener. Great pot there by Naratoya. Nicely on the pink to continue this break going, so she's making the most of her chance. Didn't have many chances in that first frame. She's at the table. Like to get that right away from that black after this pink. Good to hear we have some friends tuning in from the 10,000 Lakes state of Minnesota. Hopefully there's a big scene out there. I have to agree with you there, Russell Jones. He's mentioning that the Mongolian ladies snooker seems very popular, and a lot of countries are starting to build some snooker infrastructure. And I couldn't agree more, and I think that goes down to the great work that Mandy Fisher, Matt Heward, and Diana Schuler have done with the World's Women's Snooker Tour, really giving women the opportunity to come out and play competitive. That's also a learning curve for some. Obviously, we have some very talented players that we saw with Mink, and Naratoya is not looking too bad in this frame, but there are some players that this is their first time, as we found from Molina, who's an expert pool player, but tried her hand in snooker and just enjoyed it and is going to keep at it. We'll see how costly that miss is. Can Mink take advantage? So red by the green is not too bad for a right-hander. It's got some distance. The red close to the top right corner. Just got to use the rest. But Naratoya very proficient with that tool. Full of confidence there. With break of 8, does she want to continue it going? She just want to. For that black ball. Interesting selection. She has left a red on the open out there to the right middle, and it's pushed the black now into a very inviting potable position. So maybe that was Naratoya's plan. She's forced Mink to make a miss. A rather easy red. That black is just a sitter over the top left corner pocket. Our referee Dave Daly doing a fantastic job. Knows all the rules in and out, and that's important when a color ball is pocketed. If their spot is covered by another ball, it goes to the highest point value, and in this case, the blue spot. Yeah, this yellow is coloring that red. So Mink might have got away with something there. Just left a long pot for this red onto the top left corner. But now Naratoya has to just contend with the annoying green queuing over it. Funny bridge hand, just can't put it flat onto the table. That's what can happen sometimes. Those were dropping like flies on the highway in the last frame, but now they're just kind of not wanting to find the bottom of the pocket. So it was a great opportunity there for Mink to put a high break together. Naratoya could do the same here. Red's open. Red's kind of blocking a little bit of that pink. Black is open in the middle of the table. Try to make a nice recovery shot to keep the break going, but unfortunately the red didn't find the pocket. Opened the door for Mink now. Such great smooth cue action. Just taking a look at Mink, she doesn't deviate from the plan. Kind of sees the shots that she needs to take, comes down a few little tiny feathers, then comes back and puts a real dramatic pause on the backswing and then drives the cue through that cue ball. Costly miss there. She was definitely in flow. Seems like she almost was going to steal that frame. Maybe just a little lapse in concentration. These are tight pockets, that's for sure. Great red there by Naratoya. She put a cue ball tight to the cushion. Snooker will be coming up, but it's tough when that cue ball is tight against any cushion. You're only hitting the top. The chance to put unwanted side can happen. Have a two-way shot there. And 22 points in it and 43 on the table, so still anybody's frame. If Mink can take it, she'll win frame and match. Now Ratoya needs to take this one to force us into a decider. Just going to clip off the right side. Two cushions back around the table. But a miss. Don't think that's going to be a free ball. Referee Daly coming to inspect. little aid there for the referee. That ball will hit. You can hit that red ball right on. That means you can hit both sides. A free ball has not been awarded. Naruto is just going to put Mink back in. Might be store for a little safety exchange. Can Mink get by this pink to be on the red to the right angle just to push the cue ball to the left side near that blue? Does the pink come to her rescue? I think it has. Toya. I think if it was on, she'd be right getting to it. Maybe she can, maybe with a bit of side. No, yeah, she was. Oh, the in off. Unfortunate. No. Mink has the option to play from the D. And she can play forwards or backwards. One of the different rules, obviously, in snooker from pool. As pool, you have to shoot the one direction. Whereas snooker, if you're in the D, you can shoot all directions after a penalty is incurred of an in-off. I think they heard that in Tacoma. What a shot that was. You probably just make sure of this black. Red is very difficult to develop. Still only trailing by 21 points, and there's 35 on the table. Toya's got the snooker here, so looking like a little swerve for Mink. Get around the blue. And put the red nice and safe. Wonderful shot there. Unfortunately, she's got that flick on the green there. Something just to squirt by it because she's got the black. I think actually Mink could have the potting angle. Very difficult red, that's for sure. Using almost a 10.5 feet of table space. As the Sonics used to say, nothing but net in Seattle. It's going to be a tricky clearance here for Mink. The brown down at the top end of the table. Yeah, she's going to have to go yellow to green. Not that bad of a problem, but then green to brown and then brown to blue. So a lot of real estate she's going to need to cover here. The referee just got a little, Dave got a little distracted because he was pointing out to me that Anye has now made a very successful 90 break. So that's the high run of the tournament so far. So cheers to you, Anye. Still a lot of the great snooker left, so that might fall. Mink did have a century last year. So do have the quarterfinals coming up later today at 5 p.m. Pacific time, and then Championship Sunday starts tomorrow here at OXBilliards at the WineCellars.com U.S. Women's Snooker Open 2024. A good hit, but she's left a choice of pocket. Middle, yellow pocket for brown. Just maybe take it, looks like the left middle and just float up for the blue. Aratoya looking like she could put us into a decider here. Just gotta concentrate one shot at a time. This is her frame ball. Well, she needed that pink just to bury the frame, but given a chance for Mink. Mink just needs the one snooker. A little pacey, decent effort. Good first try. Wow. Definitely seals the deal in that frame. Great pink there by Naratoya. So she has clipped the second frame, and we will be coming right back with a deciding third frame to see who will win this last round robin match. See you in a few moments, everybody. back here at the WineCellars.com U.S. Women's Snooker Open of 2024. Frame 3 in this deciding match. Naratoya to break off. I don't know much about Naratoya, but it would be definitely an upset if she was to take this match over the reigning champion. I think both are atop their group, so both should be moving on. But obviously, if you're in first in your group, it's a little bit more easier, possibly, as you'll be playing a lower ranked player in the knockout phase. But as we all know, nothing is easy, nothing's a for sure game, a for sure thing in the game of snooker. Just like that, that's a brown she makes a high percentage of the time. If Naratoya from Mongolia could be the dark horse maybe of this tournament. Well, there's, obviously a lot of snooker to be played, but you never know. Well, Susie is chiming in. Didn't know that the snooker was even played in Mongolia. But this is a global game. Actually, it's played in over 100 countries. Very interesting. On a side note, I met a gentleman from Kenya. And it's quite an interesting scene they have in Kenya, as it's not just the tournament that they battle with, it's the rooms. So pretty much there's the snooker tournament going on, and then the room is providing food for the tournament. And they go from places to place, and that's how they have their battles of the tournament. So it's more club against club. Who's got the better run tournament, the better food. So very interesting. Agreed, Susie. That's something we really like to have. If snooker can get into the Olympic Games in Q Sports, I think there's a lot of talk about snooker and carom billiards and maybe 9-ball. And if those can get into the Olympics, it will just get such a global response. Well, Jamie Hunter, congratulations on your engagement. A wedding is in the future. I don't know if you need an MC, but you know how to find me, Jamie. That's great news to hear. We always see in these deciding frames, kind of a few more safety shots. Don't go for those risky pots. Just looking for a nice way back into bulk. A little pesky red on the left side of the table. Great eye there. We are live here at OXBilliards in the Emerald City, Seattle, Washington. The address here is 1432 Broadway Street. Admission is free. So lots of great seats to check out the action. And where's that West Coast earthquake that Naratoya needs? That red just on the edge. Deciding not to jump. Yeah, when you come down, it's a tricky little spot to find. It's kind of hidden, but there's a bit of signage by the door, and just make sure you press the doorbell, and we'll let you in so you can enjoy this great tournament. Who can make something happen after that red? Just a bit much pace. That was a tricky shot, definitely, to get on that red that's in the middle. I was hoping to find the cue ball to get the gap for it. Should have a pathway to this red just to the left of the red and black. Great red there. She's got an angle on the green to come back down table. You might be fortunate if this is a touching ball. Just down to inspect. Referee Daly coming to inspect. No touching ball. Obviously, in that case, if it was a touching ball, referee Daly would point to the ball that the cue ball was touching. Very nice safe shot there. Definitely knows the speed of the table. So it's very awkward bridging here for Naratoya. Got fortunate with that little double kiss on that red on the cushion. Could have flicked off it and put it in a relatively easily potting position for Mink. Not trying anything too risky. Yeah. A little touch pacey maybe there for the Mongolian, but good shot to find the path to get back into bulk. But just a little pacey that ran through the bulk area. But hasn't given Mink an easy opener. She's going to have to respond with a safety of her own. Got it a little too thin, a little thicker. She might have been closer to rolling up behind that green. Accurate response there by Naratoya. Mink might just have a little shot to nothing with that red that's above the black. Clip the right side, come off two cushions, go up bulk, and maybe put that red towards the top left corner. Well, Naratoya trying for a shot to nothing as well. Well, good night to you too, Susie. Unfortunately, won't see the climb ups of this match, just as Mink puts a great long red in there. But take care. We're glad that you've tuned in. Appreciate all the kind words of our coverage and commentary. And we will be back tomorrow. It's Championship Sunday, so I hope to see you out there to see who will be crowned the 2024 WineCellars.com U.S. Women's Snooker Open Champion. So the tough part that Nauratoya has here. Lots of reds around. She can definitely probably hit one. She just doesn't want to leave it an easy starter for Mink. Oh, look out, black ball. Oh. Now Mink can put her back, which it looks like she's signaling to the referee. So this might get a little costly. But definitely, the first time I've seen Nauratoya, she definitely knows her ways around. All three members come to the table, the referee and the two players, coming to an agreement. Hopefully soon as we continue to grow the great game in America, some of our technology grows up and we can have people behind the scenes as well, just kind of being a spotter for the referee that will be on a tablet or a laptop that can just assist the referee at the table just to get the positioning exactly back how it was. Better shot there. Isn't too costly, but Mink has a tricky red. It's not an elementary one, but she can come off this top cushion beyond the black after this red. Yeah, Woogie Man, the projector does sound like a good idea. Another idea that I've brought up in Vancouver, Canada, for tournaments, when I have them going on, I've equipped each table with the blue Barazan ball marker and one piece of a white tailor's pencil, so they can kind of, in that situation of a foul and a miss, the player can kind of mark the cue ball just with that little indentation, that little crevice in the Barazan marker. You can just make a small little mark with the tailor's pencil, so you can get an accurate respot on the white. Obviously, if some colored balls move after a foul and a miss, it can be quite difficult. Nice to hear our good friend Chuck Jones tuning in all the way from the Motor City. Hopefully someday soon we can get out to Motown for a great snooker tournament. How did she find that path? Very impressive. she's stunned just like the rest of us. Take a long look at that table. Not gonna recite probably some of the words that are going on in her head, but unhappy with that one. Just a little too much pace on that last shot, but Naratoya needed it to be on the blue. And those mid-range shots, I wouldn't be leaving Mink any of those. She's quite deadly. She'd definitely like to get that pink on its spot. Black's kind of tied up over there on the left side of the table, so she's going to be coming up for the blue after this red. She's got potential on the pink here. So impressive. Just any newcomers to the game out there, anyone who wants to improve their game, just watch. Obviously this is going to be a tough angle here. We won't see too much of Mink's head, but in other shots it just does not move at all until the ball has found the bottom of the pocket. A 41-point lead with 51 on the table. So we're not at the snooker's required stage just yet. Wow, very nice recovery shot there on the blue. Go in and out of ball, can come down nicely. It's a blind cut on this red. It's closest to the top left corner. Angle, she might be able to disturb the black. She might be going for the higher one, come up for the blue. She could just roll this blue in. Beyond that red into the opposite middle pocket. Just broke down on the blue there. It's a 47-point advantage with 51 on. Mink just needs one red, but this is an easy starter here for Naratoya. Nice pot. I'm surprised she put it with such pace. She might have just floated down. Now that red by the black spot is thinner cuts, and she's got to negotiate the other red of queuing over top of it. Struck that quite nicely. Looks like she's got a little angle on this pink. Can she float over just to get behind that red? How about this for a shot? Well played. Toya. Fantastic snooker right there. We're not at the snooker's required stage, although in the round robin it is a max of 3 attempts, 2 putbacks. And looks like there's a little bit of dirt on the cue ball. So Mink is going to get referee daily just to give it a clean. It's going to be interesting to mark it there. Sometimes this is a little the coyness of these players, you know, just getting them to maybe hopefully when he respots it's just maybe a fraction of a millimeter off. But good hit there by Mink. Toya's making it difficult, but I think potential for this long red. Fortunately, she's going to have her bridge hand on the cushion. Wow, great long pot there by Mink. Green is frame ball here. There's no real trouble balls at all for her, except for the black. She won't need it. Two great players. It did come down to a decider, so I think we're going to definitely be seeing both of them in the knockout phase. That's going to be coming up in about 50 minutes time, 5 p.m. Pacific, as we're going to have the first round quarterfinals of the knockout phase. Not sure exactly who is going to be on our stream table, but believe me, it's going to be a good one. It's going to be best of 5 matches. Should be lots of fun. So we hope you come back and see us in about 50 minutes time at the WineCellars.com U.S. Women's Snooker Open 2024. And there's the handshakes there. So Mink takes that match and does her traditional Thai salutes, praising everyone and thanking her opponent and the referee. So we will step aside. We appreciate all your viewership today, but we got one more match to go. It's going to be a quarterfinal at 5 p.m. Pacific time in the Northwest. That's where we are, Seattle, Washington at OXBilliards. It's David Burney saying we'll see you in a quick amount of time back here at the WineCellars.com U.S. Women's Snooker Open.